Ba, ba, da, ba, 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 ba. Okay, I think we should go to the backstory a little bit, because I don't remember the last time I played the first one and the second one. It's been a while. Okay. Prologue. The Way of Tours. The year was 1204 of the Septine calendar, and all across Erebonia, spring was in bloom. At the esteemed Tours Military Academy, situated at the outskirts of the imperial capital, a new class was founded. It would be known as Class 7, and was composed of 9 promising young men and women, who demonstrated considerable aptitude for the Arcus, a sophisticated new type of battle orbment. Green Schwarzer, son of a ruling lord from the remote region of Ymir, Aviza Rainford, daughter of the chairman of Erebonia's largest industrial corporation, Elliot Craig, son of the celebrated general and a kind-hearted boy who harbored dreams of becoming a musician, Laura S.R.C., the daughter of a renowned military family, tracing its lineage back to the Knights of Old. Oh, sorry about that. Machias Regnitz, the son of Imdal, Imperial Governor, Emma Milstein, the class president and the Academy highest scorer to the entrance exam, Jusis Albaria, son of Duke Albaria, head of one of the Empire's 4 great houses, Fi Classel, a former Jaeger with extraordinary strength and agility, and Gaius Wurzel, an exchange student from the land of Nord, bordering the Empire to the north. Gathered together by their homeroom teacher, Sarah Valestein, they were put through a difficult trial. Some were quick to work together, others less so, but eventually were all able to surmount the challenge they faced. They were then asked to decide whether, knowing the difficulty of the curriculum, they still wished to be part of Class 7. Each had his or her own reasons, but each ultimately heeded the call, and that day Thor's newest class began. Yeah, I remember that. Chapter 1. Unconventional Studies. April came, and while the students of Class 7 were already grappling with their challenging coursework, they received a sudden announcement that they were to take part in an unusual program, a series of field studies. The class would be split into 2 groups, each sent to a different location in the Empire to assist the local townships. Yeah, I remember that. Group A went to the rural town of Seldik, famous for its grand market. Through their tasks, they gained a greater understanding of one another, and all appeared to be going well on the surface. But that came to a sudden halt when they discovered the 2 market stalls had been vandalized during the still of night. Determined to find a culprit, Group A made their way to the Lunaria Nature Park. They found and apprehended the group of bandits responsible, but were immediately surrounded by the provincial army. Turned out to be in league with the bandits all along. Just as the situation grew more dire by the second, the railway military police, led by the notoriously brilliant Captain Clare, swiftly arrived at the scene. It was thanks to their timely intervention that the provincial army was forced to retreat, and the bandits were duly arrested for their crimes. Their very first field study now at an end, Group A boarded the train back to Trista and reflected on the events that transpired over the course of their stay. It was then that Reen confessed to his fellow classmate that he was the adopted son of a baron, a noble. Surprising though it may have been, not a single one among them thought any less of him for it. The evening concluded with smiles, each of them blissfully unaware of the two ominous figures who were watching their train head into the distance. Chapter 2, The Verdant City. May came, filling the town of Trista with greenery. Meanwhile, Class 7's schedule was growing busier by the day. Reen found himself at odds with Machias for keeping his noble status a secret. But he also learned more about his fellow classmates, including the fact that Emma was caring for a black cat named Celine. As the day passed, the time for their second field study arrived, and the newly organized Group A was assigned to Juice's hometown of Berryhard. This would hardly make the trip easy. However, as the utterly incompatible Juices and Machias, I don't remember how to pronounce it, were forced to be part of the same team yet again. To the surprise of no one, the boys were bickering in the record time. The trivial squabbles, one after another, resulted in a number of setbacks, something they became keenly aware of when one particularly heated argument resulted in Reen sustaining injury during battle. Despite these moments of frustration, they at least felt they would be able to fully complete their assigned tasks. To add to the growing unpleasantness, however, they were given a stark reminder of how grave the tensions between the nobles and the reformist faction were. When they discovered that the provincial army had been greatly expanding its armaments, they should have voiced that. With neither of them able to get much sleep that night, Juices revealed to Reen that his background was less perfect than anyone in Class 7 realized. His mother was a commoner, making him the mere bastard of Sanduc Albaria. Machias overheard this, stepped forward the next morning to make peace, and their field study finally seemed as if it would go smoothly. No sooner had reconciliation happened was Juices abruptly summoned to his home, leaving the rest of the group no choice but to proceed without him. They completed their morning task outside the city with little trouble, but immediately upon returning to Berryard, Machias was arrested without probable cause by the provincial army. Reen, Emma, and P agreed that rescuing him was to be their top priority. As the three were discussing just how to go about that, they learned from a bracer passing through Koval of a waterway that led precisely to where Machias was being held. Conveniently, the complex waterway led to quite a few places, including the Arborea mentioned. They were soon reunited with Juices this way, who had learned that what happened and escaped from his home to set things right. As they approached a massive heavy door, Fee, who revealed she was once a Jaeger, made the impassable easily passable, and they were able to successfully free Machias from his cell. On their way out, they were cornered by two large dog-like beasts from the military. Yeah, I remember those two. However, thanks to, in no small part to Juices and Machias forming a successful combat link, they emerged victorious. But their celebration were short-lived as they were surrounded yet again, only this time it was by the provincial army. Even having Juices at their side gained them no sympathy. It was only when Instructor Sarah and Rufus, Juice's older brother, appeared that they were saved from peril. Group A's field study had come to an end, but on a much less positive note compared to their first. On the train, they gloomily discussed the factional conflict Erebonia faced. Instructor Sarah attempted to cheer them up and succeeded, even if it was more because they were laughing at her than with her. Meanwhile, a mysterious young girl with a silver puppet nonchalantly watched them depart. Beyond the railways, June heralded the beginning of Class 7 first midterms, as well as the onset of Trista's rainy season. In the midst of this, the Rainford family's maid Sharon was appointed caretaker of Class 7 dormitory. And with her came the revelation that Elisa was the daughter of the Rainford Company's chairman. All performing to the best of their abilities, Class 7 scored better in the midterms than any other class. This news didn't go down well with the nobles of Class 1, of course, and the besmirched upper-class student challenged Class 7 to a duel. Class 7 was victorious here as well, leading to a tirade of insult from Patrick Yarns that were only stopped by Gaius' interference. Oh, Gaius! The time had come for Class 7 to prepare for their next field study, and Group A's latest destination was the Nord Islands' Gaius homeland. The journey was exceptionally longer than anywhere they had been previously, and while briefly stopped at Roar Station, they encountered Elisa's mother, Chairman Irina. After a grueling 8-hour journey, they finally reached the Nord Islands to the northeast. Oh yeah, I remember the island with the horses and shit. That map was fucking huge. It was plain to see how Gaius had grown up with endless patience and kindness upon meeting his family, who gave Group A a warm welcome. After a night of sleep, they took off on horseback to begin working. The islands were as vast as they were beautiful, and their time spent there was both challenging and rewarding in equal measure. During their stay, they also happened to meet their former chairman of the Rainford Group, Gwyn Rainford, Elisa's grandfather. At night, while gazing at the stars together, Elisa privately told Green about the discord between her and her mother, as well about when she lost her father. Gloomy as her expression was in the beginning, she felt a weight been lifted off her shoulders the longer they talked, and it was soon replaced by her usual sweet smile. Unfortunately, the night ended with her cheeks turning as red as their uniform when she realized their classmates had overheard part of her and Reen's conversation. The next morning, they were informed that the watchtower surveying the border of the Kavad Republic had come under attack. The previously peaceful island suddenly became tense with airships from both sides ominously circling the skies. And knowing that war could break out over a misunderstanding at any moment, Group A mentioned to conduct their own inquiry into the true culprits responsible. They found out just who those culprits were from an unlikely source, Million, the strange girl accompanied by the silver puppet. It was her help that made their capture swiftly and decisive, although the man pulling the strings known as G or Gideon managed to make his escape. Thanks to both Group A and effort of the Intelligence Division Captain Lecter, war was successfully averted. Captain Lecter quickly arrived to take control of the situation and just as quickly left, taking William with him. It was then discovered that she was also from the Intelligence Division. Later that evening, Sarah and Sharon both witnessed G and a masked man departing on a jet black airship. The next morning, Group A bade a sad farewell to Gaius' family and Gwyn. Their field study was over. They left the land of Nord behind, knowing full well that the experience had been one they would never forget. Yo man, that's a lot of reading. They should have voiced that. July had come, and preparations were underway for Imdal month-late celebration of the summer festival. At the academy, the addition of swimming lessons to the schedule put a spring into the step of Reen and his friends. However, Laura and Fee's already strained relationship was reaching a breaking point due to the gulf between their beliefs. A surprise visit from Elise, Reen's younger sister, led to an argument between adoptive siblings. And when Reen saw her in danger soon after, he lost control of a strange power that dwelt within him. Fortunately, Crow stepped in to help, and ultimately no one was harmed in the incident. The time came for the month's field study. Unlike past studies, both groups were assigned to the same location, the Erebonian capital of Imdal. They worked their way through the tasks given to them by Governor Rignitz, Macius' father. And a show of strength by Elliot led Laura and Fee to settle their difference through a formal duel. After the battle, Fee revealed that the Jaeger Corps she belonged to was among the strongest and was called Zephyr. After opening up to one another, their uncomfortable feud seemed to be put to rest once and for all, much to Macius and Reen's joy. The next day, a visit to Macius' house led him to reveal some of his own past. Macius concluded his story by telling his classmates that his hate for the nobility was slowly subsiding, something everyone warmly welcomed. Now back to work, Class 7 received a series of frustrating and obtuse riddles from the famed Phantom Thief, challenging them to find something he had delightfully stolen, the Crimson Tiara. Undaunted, they rose to the challenge. Once they had recovered the tiara, they received a call from instructor Sarah. She asked them to gather at Saint Estrella Girls' School, the school that young Elise attended. They even met with Elise before the gates of Saint Estrella, and she elegantly led them to a stunning indoor rose garden. More stunning than the Rose Garden, however, was the sight of the Princess of Erebonia, Alfin Reitz Arnor. Even Prince Oliver, chairman of Thor's board and directors, came to meet them. That night, the prince informed them of the reasons that their class was put together. He explained his desire to cultivate the youth of tomorrow, those who could have overcome the conflicts in the world. However, he warned that the other directors had their own ideas on what they wanted from Class 7. It was for that reason they were all left pondering harder than ever about what they could and should do as a class. Several other strange conversations followed, such as when they found out Sarah had once been a bracer, or how Reen was invited to be Alfin's dance partner. And finally, they were asked to help with an important mission by Captain Claire. Specifically, they were asked to help with securing the security for the festival, which was believed to be the target of terrorists. The next morning, they began their patrols of the festival as requested. The parade came to an end without incident, but just as they thought they were in the clear, chaos erupted in Drakel's Plaza. Reen and friends quickly realized this was a diversion, and leaving Toa in charge, they hurried to Princess Alfin's side. Upon arriving, they found the garden party where she was in attendance under attack by the terrorists. The attack was led once again by G, and Princess Alfin and Elise were both taken hostage. Reen's party pursues them beneath the city. G summoned a mighty bone dragon, and while quite a challenge, they were able to defeat it. Oh yeah, I remember these. Okay. It's starting to get bad. You know, like when you play a game and you don't play them for a while, and you try to remember some things about the game and you just can't. And when you read the recap of the game like this, it starts to unlock memories that you have in your brain. So that's exactly what it's doing right now. Though the dragon had fallen, 3 more members of the terrorist group made their appearance: VS and their leader C. C challenged Reen, Laura, and Fee to a duel, and his victory proved both swift and effortless. It wasn't long before the railway military police found their way into the catacombs as well, and the terrorists fled the scene, triggering an explosive in the process. As they made their escape, they finally announced their organization name, the Imperial Liberation Front. The 3-day-long festival came to an end, and Class 7 readied themselves to return to Trista. They were seen off by Princess Alphin, Elise, Governor Ricketts, and Crown Prince Cedric. But before they could leave, an unexpected man arrived to also bid them farewell. Yeah, that's the big guy, right? Yeah. It was the Blood and Iron Chancellor, Gilead Osborne, the man behind driving the Bracer Guild from most of Erebonia. Disregarding what Sarah was clearly not happy to see him, he gave his own encouragement to Class 7, telling them, nurture the bonds you share and train up bodies and wills of steel. As he spoke, Reen felt an aching in the left side of his chest, causing Elise to look on with concern. Give me a sec. Okay. Almost done for the first game. But that was like, I think, 60, 70 hours it took me for the first game. Maybe 80. Yeah, I think it took me 80 hours for the first game. The 8th of August beat down upon Trista, but none of Class 7 nobles elected to return home, as was their right. So it was that all were present to greet 2 surprising mid-year additions to the class. The first was a familiar face, second-year student Crow Armbrust was forced to join their ranks in order to make up credits, while the second, young William Orion, was an operative from the intelligence division they had met in Nord. Contrary to expectations, it wasn't long before William fit in so well. It was as if she had always been there. The time for their next field study came, and Group A was sent to Laura's hometown of Legram. And once they completed their field study task, they were instructed to meet with Group B and travel to Garelia Fortress. In Legram, they were reunited with Toval and helped to train several RC school students. Reen also had a chance to duel Laura's father, Viscount Arcide, also widely known as the Radiant Blade Master. The Viscount sensed Reen's fear of using his hidden abilities and forced him into utilizing them anyway. And throughout this, he taught him the importance of accepting yourself for who you are. The next day, the noble faction's leader, Duke Cayenne, made a surprise visit to town. Troubled by recent developments in the faction, Viscount Arcide left Legram with Toval, and Group A was left to look after the town while completing their remaining tasks. That night, they had to travel to a nearby castle to rescue 2 young children who had wandered inside its perilous corridors. Thanks to Emma's knowledge of the occult and the timely aid of a mysterious knight, they managed to do so. The next morning, they departed Legram as per their schedule and made their way to Celtic Station to meet with Group B. There, they saw a special train taking Chancellor Osborne and Prince Oliver to the trade conference in Frostbell. To Reen's surprise, he saw it pass in slow motion, as he could clearly see Osborne, Oliver, and Poe on board. The 2 troops reunited soon thereafter, finally making their way toward Guerrilla Fortress. The fortress stood as a vast wall between Erebonia and its longtime enemy, the Calvard Republic, while also possessing two huge railway guns capable, capable of targeting Crossbell City, which stood between the two. Upon arriving, they were shown inside by Major Nate Hart, their military science instructor at the academy. He soon met Elliot's father, Lieutenant General Craig, and witnessed a military exercise. They were stunned by the overwhelming power the weaponry on display possessed. In the end, each of them left with the sinking feeling that all the combat skills they were learning at Thor's were for naught. Once they recovered from the shock of the previous day's events, they were given a lecture by Sarah and Natard. They were soon bombarded with the news of terrorists attacking Crossbell, specifically the site of the trade conference. And no sooner had they heard this did the fortress itself came under attack by out-of-control unmanned tanks. This was followed by the arrival of two black airships belonging to the Imperial Liberation Front. Amid the chaos, Class 7 resolved to aid Sarah and Nadard in subduing the terrorists. They learned their aim was to activate the two railway guns and use them to attack the trade conference. And that by doing so, they intended to bury Chancellor Osborne with little concern over how many innocents died with him. After a fierce battle, Group A defeated S, now known as Scarlet, one of the terrorist executives. Meanwhile, Group B defeated B, revealed to be Vulcan, and together they were able to prevent the worst case scenario. Regrettably, both terrorist executives were allowed to escape by the sudden arrival of an airship. And the voice of their leader, C, delivered a chilling warning of their next attack before the airship took to the sky. Man, playing this game was like playing a season of an anime. Literally. Yes, sec. Okay. Progressive chaos. In September, Thor's board of directors convened to their regular meeting. The three directors, each related to a member of Class 7, debated how the academy ought to be run. They ended up voting on whether Class 7 would continue their field studies in light of the events of Guerrilla Fortress. Prince Oliver delivered a rousing speech in favor of their continuation, and in the end, all three directors consented, paving the way for September's field study to go forward. Meanwhile, all of Tours was in the midst of preparing for the Academy Festival that was scheduled for the end of October. And Class 7 was struggling to think of something that they could do for it with their small numbers. Eventually, inspiration came to them in the form of an hint from Toa. Their contribution will be a live musical performance on stage. Oh yeah, I remember that! The day came for their next field study to begin, and they were summoned to the academy field. Once there, they heard the unusual, surprising sound of a crimson airship hovered above them. Its name was the Courageous, and notably on board was Prince Oliver Koval and its captain, Viscount Arcee. It was decided that Class 7 was to be taken to their field study location by an airship, and everyone stepped on board. After the Courageous was shown off to the people of Heimdall, it flew to Roar, where Group A alight. Roar was a large industrial city home to the Rainford Group's Corporation HQ and Rainford family residence. Once there, they set about working through the task Elisa's mother, Irina Rainford, gave them. But later that day, they came upon a dire conflict between the provincial army and railway military police. Rufus, Captain Clare's appearance prevented things from escalating further, but it was clear that something was amiss. That night, Elisa's mother was forced to cancel dining with them, irritating Elisa to no end. Yo, I've been reading for 30 minutes, man. Elisa later revealed to Irene more about their family and her concerns relating to Irina's destructive work ethic. No sooner had they finished speaking did Irene receive a call from Captain Clare, who asked if the two could meet privately at a nearby bar. He agreed, but not before escaping Pea's notice. Irene spotted her as he left the building, and the two decided to meet Captain Clare together. The captain informed them of conflicts within the Rainford group, as well as expressed how there was a chance the RMP could personally investigate the matter. The next morning, Class 7 agreed to look into the matter of the conflict themselves, along with their new field study tasks. While they were doing so, a more pressing problem arose, a fire at a military factory in town. And no sooner had that been resolved did they receive word that terrorists had occupied Sashin Iron Mine. The provincial army sealed the mine off under the pretext of protecting the hostages from being armed. But it was clear to all that their true aim was to stop the railway military police from going inside. While Group A pondered their option, Angelica and George arrived in the city after a long bike ride. Angelica believed her family was involved in all of this and that she had a duty to stand up and fight. They all agreed to help her, and Elisa went to see her mother to try to find another way into the mine. Irina, seeing her daughter's newfound determination, gave them a key card allowing them to sneak into the mine. They traveled through an underground passage connecting Roar and the mine and began searching for the miners. Partway through the mine, they found most of the hostage, and Crow volunteered to take them back to the surface with him. Thanks to George's guidance, they eventually reached the central control room where they found Vulcan. He revealed that he had once been a Jaeger and that P herself knew of. They defeated him, but then the terrorist leader C appeared. Unlike their first bout in Heimdall, however, Group A was finally able to best C in battle. However, C managed to escape, and in their place rose the familiar sight of the terrorists' black airship. At that moment, the RMP and Provincial Army made their way in, but they immediately began bickering amongst themselves. C's derisive words filled the area as the airship rose upward, and were all of a sudden replaced by the sound of gunshot. Its engine hit, the airship exploded into a violent mess midair before their eyes. The Provincial Army saw this as a vital chance to take control of the scene, but those hopes were quickly dashed when Prince Oliver intervened. He effortlessly took command and ordered a full investigation into what happened. Any and all disputes were effectively dissolved. In addition, Captain Claire and Sharon had a cryptic conversation that very same night. Oh, almost done with the first one. The following is a summary of events from the Trail of Cold Steel drama CD Returning Home. At the close of September, Class 7 was summoned to Valflame Palace in Heimdall. There they were to be recognized for their bravery at both Guerrilla Fortress and the Sashan Iron Mine. It turned out their presence had been requested by none other than the Emperor of Erebonia himself, Eugen III. Both. They were granted an audience with him, Empress Priscilla, Prince Oliver, and Cedric, and Princess Alfin. During their visit, they also encountered Chancellor Osborne and Governor Ricketts, as well as the heirs of the four great houses, Duke Albaria and Cayenne, and Marquis Wagner and Yarms. Emperor Eugen invited Class 7 to take a short vacation in the hot spring town that had ties to the imperial family. That town was none other than Ymir, where Reen grew up. They went by special train followed by cable car for the last leg of the trip, and soon they found Ymir, which was full of fall foliage. Upon arriving, they were shown to the Phoenix Wings, a gift from the imperial family, where they would stay for the duration of their trip. They left their belongings in their rooms, then held a meeting to figure out everyone's role in the concert of the Academy Festival. And while some members of the group had objections, everyone eventually agreed to Reen, Elliot, and Crow's various proposals. Afterwards, Reen was reunited with his father, Baron Theo Schwarzer, and his mother, Lucia Schwarzer. They were not related to him by blood, but they welcomed him as warmly as any biological parents would. Reen's father gave him a letter from Master Kafai, who seemed aware that Reen was still hesitating. All his classmates could do was watch over him as he continued to do so. That night, after his classmate had gone to bed, Reen received a surprising request from Angelica. She told him that her father had forced her to withdraw from the academy, and as a parting gift, she asked him to accept her Orbital bite. Unsure what to do, he was unable to answer immediately and decided to think about it in the open-air bath. Talking to Laura and Elisa, there eased his spirits, but as they spoke, he saw something that shocked him. It was snow, something he wouldn't have expected to see in early October. Snow continued to fall heavily well into the following morning, suggesting that something was amiss. Reen decided to find out what. In some ways, Reen took this as a chance to overcome a similar traumatic experience that had occurred 8 years prior. His classmates happily accompanied him without a second thought. Soon enough, they encountered a giant monster made of ice. After a fierce battle, they defeated and came face to face with Bleu Blanc of Ouroboros. It was fascinated by the many mysteries surrounding Ring, even going so far as to taunt him. But Rin refused to be taken in by such pettiness, and Bleu Blanc was forced to retreat. In the end, they were able to stop the strange snow and return to Ymir unarmed. As Baron Schwarzer bade farewell to them, he handed his son a scroll that he had received from Master Kapai. It was an eight leaves one blade intermediate level scroll, which would give Rin a new target to work for. They said their farewells and finally left for the trip back to the academy, with Rin feeling as though he had all grown greatly as a result of the experience. Final chapter! Safely back from their trip to Ymir, Rin and his classmates began practicing for their upcoming concert. Under the watchful eyes of Elliot and Crow, they put all they had into their practice sessions. And thanks in part to the fact that they weren't all complete amateurs, they were finally ready to perform. The time came for the preparatory day before the festival. Rin chose a classmate to accompany him to collect the finished outfits from a boutique in Emdal. While walking out with the outfits in tow, he ran into someone he wasn't expecting to see. It was the famous opera singer Vita Clotilde, also known as the Azure Diva. Though Rin was more familiar with her as Misty, the host of a radio program broadcast of Trista. Having met her once already, Rin took the chance to invite her to attend the festival and watch their concert. The time finally came for the 2-day-long festival to begin. Rin spent the first day helping the student council, visiting attractions with classmates in his spare time. As the day came to an end, Class 7 gathered from a final meeting to discuss the concert being held the next day. During their discussions, however, they heard that the sound of a bell chiming from far away. The source of the chiming turned out to be the old schoolhouse that they had become so well acquainted with. Given permission by Sarah and Principal Van Dyke, they descended to the lowest floor. Each and every one of them were stunned by its new appearance. Guided by Emma and Celine, who seemed to know something, they resolved to restore the building back to normal. Eventually, they found themselves in what could only be described as an otherworldly battlefield, face to face with a monstrous black shadow. After a challenging battle, they were able to defeat it, overcoming the trial that it represented. They were transported and knocked out in the aftermath. But once they opened their eyes, they discovered the building was back to normal. Suddenly, a door that was before them opened. It's Valimar. On the other side stood a giant humanoid. A 7-arch tall, ash-colored knight. The next day, the second day of the festival began. Green managed to put the knight out of his mind enough to focus on showing Elise, who had come to visit around the academy campus. During that afternoon, the time finally came for their concert. Each of them gave their all to their performance, and they were able to finish both songs. When the audience feverishly called for an encore, Class 7 was more than prepared to perform a third. During the third song, the audience was invited to sing along, and the concert proved to be an immense success. After the concert, the after party began. Rin thanked Crow for all he had done for him. Encouraged by Elise, Rin also decided to spend some one-on-one time with someone close to him. Unfortunately, the party was brought to an abrupt end by a shocking proclamation from Principal Van Dyke. He appeared to tell them that Guerrilla Fortress in the east had vanished without a trace. A week passed since then, and the air in the Ribonia was more tense than ever before. It was concluded that the fortress disappearance was due to an attack by Crossbell State, and it was shortly announced that Chancellor Osborne will be making a speech to the nation at noon. Green and his classmates chose to listen to the speech through a radio in their classroom. Only Crow was missing, having supposedly gone to Emdal to hear the speech in person. The time for the speech finally came. Osborne's words were forceful and provocative, making it clear that it would end in the declaration of war. Not just against Crossbell, but against the Calvard Republic as well, who was believed to be backing the state. However, just as he was about to make that decisive declaration, the sound of a gunshot resounded throughout the skies of the capital. The left side of Osborne's chest was pierced, and he collapsed to the ground in a pool of his own blood. The spectators let out terrified screams as they watched in horror. The sniper who shot him was none other than C, the Imperial Liberation Front leader, who was believed to have met his end in Roar. And his true identity was revealed to be a former member of Class 7, Crow Armbrust. Meanwhile, the students of Thors were able to witness the whole string of events through the radio broadcast. At first, they were merely listening to what was happening, but then Misty spoke directly to them. After she spoke, the classroom was filled with the echo of an eerie chant, and a window into what was happening appeared before them. Emma shared details about Vida, the Witch of the Abyss, whom she described as something of a sister to her. However, they were all too shocked by what was happening to pay any real attention to her words. As they watched the glimmering visions of the capital before them, a giant silver airship appeared from above the clouds. From it began to fall countless humanoids, all of which immediately set about taking over the city. They were 7 arch-tall knights known as Panzer Soldats, made with modern herbal technology. The Noble Alliance had built them sometime in advance, all in preparation for this day. The Soldats used their incredible mobility to overwhelm the main battle tanks guarding Emdal. And in no time at all, they reached Balflam Palace, making the occupation of the city complete. In command of that operation were members of Zephyr, the Jaeger Corps that he once belonged to. Nearby, Vita Clotilde stood on top of Emdal Opera House, blissfully watching the silver arc descend on the palace. She was met by Bleu Blanc, who praised her work, addressing her as Ouroboros' second Anguis. With an elegant smile, she accepted his words, then confidently issued a proclamation. The bells are tolling for Crossbell, and preparations here are complete. Still, even this grand and undertaking is but a jewel in a greater crown, the second stage of Orpheus' final plan. The symphony awaits us. Let the second movement commence. Meanwhile, Rin and his classmate weren't allowed much time to process what they had just seen. Not long after their window on Emdal closed, they realized that Soldat were fast approaching Trista 2. Sarah, Natard, and the principal and several other instructors defended the west exit valiantly. Eventually, they also received the aid of Sharon, who revealed herself to be an enforcer of Ouroboros. But while they still had their hands full, another group of soldiers began approaching from east of the town. As such, Class 7 resolved to protect the East Axis themselves. The battle for Trista began. First, Class 7 fought against a Draken soldat, and by aiming for its joints, they emerged victorious. But in a sad twist of fate, they were powerless to defeat the much stronger Spiegel unit and terrorist Scarlet was piloting. Green resolved to use the power deep within him as her last resort. Douse Thou desired the power, but before he could, he heard a voice resound in his mind. He was standing in a strange empty space. Before him stood Celine, who heard him to call the voice's name. Loudly and clearly, he did just that. Heed my call, Valimar, the Ashen Knight. With a bang, the humanoid that they had found in the old schoolhouse came flying through the air towards them. It landed, and Reen entered its core along with Celine. Although he had never seen the inside of such a thing before, he instinctively knew how to pilot it. And with that knowledge, he was able to easily best Scarlet Spiegel. The air was filled with the cheers of his classmates, but they were soon silenced by a familiar voice. Whoa, hold up just a sec. Aren't you forgetting something? It came from above. The source of the voice was a large blue humanoid, one similar to the divine knight Reen was piloting. It was the Azure Knight Ordine, piloted by none other than Crow. Reen despaired at the thought of having to fight him after all the time they had spent together. He tried whatever he could to reason with him, desperately attempting to avoid any further conflict. Yet Crow refused to listen, and with a wry smile, he declared that the Crow Reen thought he knew was never real. Nonetheless, Reen made a one last-ditch attempt at trying to change his mind. So that's the plan if you win, huh? But what about if I win? Reen trusted that Crow will come back to him and the rest of Class 7 if he proved victorious. And the battle between the two Divine Knights began. The power of Crow's Azure Knight was immense, but Reen fought back as hard as he could, and he found himself able to fight on equal terms. Finally, Reen saw the decisive opponent he had been searching for. Enlightened domination. The Azure Knight fell to its knees from the impact of Valimar and Reen's attack. His classmates cried out with relief, but that relief was not to last. The next moment, the Azure Knight transformed, surging with mana, closer to the Ashen Knight. Reen was stunned. All it took was a single hit from Ordine to send him flying backwards, defeat. His consciousness began to fade, and all he could do was wince in fear as the Azure Knight approached. No, you don't. Without hesitation, his classmates stood between him and Ordine in a protective stance. They didn't have a chance of defeating it, but they were determined not to let it draw any closer to Reen. Together, they resolved to buy him the time to escape, believing that it could one day bring the war to an end. Reen tried to protest, but Celine ordered Valimar to retreat from the area. Reen cried out in objection, his consciousness growing ever fainter. From outside, one of his close friends bade him a private farewell. It was clear from their voice how much they cared for him. How prepared they were to face anything, even death. Fighting back tears, Reen cried out to them as the Ashen Knight took to the sky. All he could do was watch from above as the hopeless battle began. No, they need me, let me stay. His cries resounded endlessly throughout the crimson sky. Oh, I didn't remember that it ended like that. Huh. Depth of despair. Heimdall, the capital of Erebonia. Chancellor Osborne's speech was silenced by the sound of a single gunshot ringing throughout the city. The man who pulled the trigger was none other than C, the enigmatic leader of the Imperial Liberation Front. But it was on this day that his identity was finally revealed. Crow Armbrust, a friend of and a member of Class 7. With the Chancellor's fall, the Noble Alliance rose and seized control of the city. Thus began a bitter struggle between the Noble Alliance forces and the Imperial Army, the Erebonian Civil War. Not even Thor's military academy was saved from the fighting. Soon after taking Heimdall, the Noble Alliance set its sight on the academy. Thanks to Crow's help, Thor's first line of defense was quickly subdued. Class 7 rushed in to help their instructors, but even they were completely overwhelmed. Realizing they stood no chance against such an unstoppable force, they decided to put their lives on the line, all to give Rin a chance to escape. Not wanting to leave his friends behind, Rin desperately cried out for them, but Valimar continued to fly him further away. Before long, his exhaustion and wounds overtook him. He slipped into unconsciousness. Oh yeah, I remember, you wake up there. How much time had gone since that fateful day? Upon coming to, Rin was instantly racked with frustration and self-loathing. Taking a moment to survey his new surroundings, he quickly realized he was somewhere in the Isengard mountain range. He also noticed Valimar silently kneeling nearby. Celine as well, she had been there the whole time, waiting for Rin to regain consciousness. The familiar relayed the situation to a still confused and panicked Rin. A month had passed since that fateful day. He was torn from his... A month? I don't remember that. Shit! Rin must be hungry as fuck. On top of that, it was now impossible to return to the place he'd last seen them. Rin immediately began to make his way down from the mountain, spurred by his concern for their well-being. Caught between worry and frustration, he was in no mood to respond to any of Celine's attempts to speak with him. But their descent came to a sudden stop as they came face to face with a terrifying foe. A weapon not seen since the Dark Ages, a magic knight. Rin put up a valiant fight, yet was unable to bear the Colossus on his own. Showing no pity for its struggling opponent, the magic knight raised its blade to deliver the final blow. But at the last moment, its mighty swing was interrupted by a powerful orbital heart. The magic knight was thrown off balance and tumbled over the edge of the cliff, plummeting down the sheer mountain face. Rin's savior was none other than the bracer Toval. With him were Princess Alfin and Rin's sister Elise. With their appearance, the tension that had been keeping Rin going vanished, and he collapsed in exhaustion. When his eyes opened once more, he was greeted with a familiar sight, that of his own room. He was back home in Ymir. The sight and sound of his hometown brought back a flood of memories. After Rin had recovered, Toval and the others filled him on everything that happened over the past month. It was then his hopes were confirmed, though they had been scattered and their whereabouts unknown, his friends were still safe. Once their discussion was over, Rin paid a visit to the local hot spring in order to collect his thoughts. Now was the time to figure out his next move. Yet, no matter how much he racked his brain, no solution came to it. None of this would have happened if he had been strong enough to fight off the Noble Alliance forces, strong enough to protect his friends. As he assaulted himself with such harsh thoughts, Elise appeared and gave him some much-needed encouragement. Thanks to her, he was able to remember that in making sure he got away, his friends had each placed their faith in him. As Rin thought back to each of their faces, he realized none of them had given up. Believing in the fate of his friends had given him was just the motivation Rin needed. He resolved to search for the country until he had reunited with every last one of them. However, the flames of war were upon him again before he knew it. While on an expedition outside the town, the group was paid a visit by the Witch of the Abyss, Mita Clotilde. She had appeared to give them a warning, though the sound of gunfire coming from Ymir was proof it had come too late. Rushing back to the town, the group found it besieged by Jaegers, who had been hired by Duke Alberia and of the four great houses. The town was in panic. In an attempt to protect his people, Rin's father tried to fight the Jaegers but ended up sustaining a severe wound. Seeing this, a roar of rage and despair burst forth from Ring, echoing throughout the town. Driven by hatred, he lost himself on his power and ruthlessly dispatched the Jaeger. Fortunately, Elie's intervention and the news that the Baron Schwarzer was still alive were able to bring Ring back to his senses. There was little time for relief, however, as Vita showed it herself once more. Apologizing for the incident, she made it clear to them that this was the result of Duke Albaria's acting on his own. As a show of good faith, she erased the Jaeger's memories of having found the town and cast a spell that would keep it safe for a time. The strange moment of kindness caught the group off guard. Just long enough for a girl in black riding a strange puppet to swoop down on them. Said puppet bore a striking resemblance to Milliam's Ergetlam. The girl in black moved too quickly for anyone to react, and before they knew it, she had seized both Elise and Alfin. Unable to chase after them, all Rin could do was assure them that he'd come to their aid. He swore to himself he would keep his promise and reunite with his friends no matter what. With that vow lingering in his heart, he set off into war-torn Erebonia. Holy shit, man! That's a lot of reading. Okay, so basically, he keeps looking for his friend. He found some here and there, fighting, trying to overthrow the regime. Let's start at Act 2. I'm not gonna read all of that. With Alfin successfully freed from the Noble Alliance clutches, the group welcomed her aboard the Courageous. Rin was saved from the perilous situation aboard the Pentacruel thanks to his friends and allies coming to his rescue. In the end, the situation was diffused, and both sides continuously stepped away. With Alfin successfully freed from the Noble Alliance clutches, the group welcomed her. Once things were settled, everyone celebrated their various reunions. In addition to the princess, the group had also found Prince Oliver, who had been missing since the start of the Civil War, and Viscount Arcide, Laura's father. From there, the group began discussions on the state of the war. The main topic was one posed by Prince Oliver. What did the members of Class 7 intend to do from here on? Rin took it upon himself to answer in his class bestie. Class 7 had come face to face with the country many problems during their field studies. Give me a sec. And due to that experience, they were uniquely qualified to help the country through its new crisis. Hearing this, Prince Oliver decided to leave the Courageous to them. He intended to travel to Western Erebonia, where the fighting was fiercest, to help. Meanwhile, Eastern Erebonia will be left in Class 7's care. They were given full use of the Courageous, and Towa was named acting captain. Claire and Toval also left the group at this point, needing to return to their respective organizations. After seeing them off, the group took Towa's suggestion and narrowed down their goals to a more manageable what and how. For the former, they decided their first order of business should be to take back Tor. Yeah, they would increase their numbers by finding their fellow students scattered through the country and bringing them. Yes. Having settled on their new goal, the group put their all into accomplishing it. Okay. What's more, Lisa Mother Inya was being confined within the building. Hearing this, they went. There they meet up with Angelica, who had formed something of a resistance. She had tried to convince her father to withdraw from the Noble Alliance, but to no avail. Instead, Marcus Ragnar told her the only way she could convince him was by force. Having taken his words to heart, she had begun plans to rid growers of the Noble Alliance well before Class 7 had even arrived. After convincing Angelica to let them help, Class 7's first order of business was to rescue Arena. Okay, blah blah blah, they rescue her. All that remained was Angelica's father, Marcus Ragnar, wishing to settle this on her own. Angelica engaged him in one-on-one duel with Panzer Soldats, and as the dust settled on the centuries' greatest family feud, Angelica stood tall as the victor. Accepting his defeat, Marcus Ragnar announced his withdrawal from the war entirely. Losing the support of one of the four great houses would prove a heavy blow to the Noble Alliance. Vulcan, a member of the Imperial Liberation Front, appeared in a gargantuan soldat to challenge Reen. Reen accepted his challenge, hoping to finally bring things to a close. While Vulcan's new model of Panzer Soldat proved difficult for Reen, was eventually he bested him. Vulcan ignored Reen's pleas for him to exit the machine, having already decided this will be his final resting place. Finally, the Soldat engine critical, returning a massive explosion. This tragic turn of event left a deep scar of regret within Reen's heart. He blamed himself for not saving Vulcan from his fate. Blah blah blah. He informed the group that the Noble Alliance took no part in the attack and did not condone the Duke's actions. He also told them that while he would not take direct action against his father, could not let his actions pass. Knowing Rufus was just using them, Class 7 nonetheless decided to make use of his info and headed to Orrock's fort to restrain Duke. Okay. That's Scarlet, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Greenhover refused to allow events to repeat themselves. He accepted her challenge, but was determined to prevent her from dying. Though she was a formidable opponent, Reen was able to best her in the end. In a further parallel to Reen's last encounter with a member of the ILF, the strain of the battle caused the Soldat engine to begin to self-destruct. Without an ounce of hesitation, Reen dashed in with a single precise slash, tore off the Soldat's cockpit, and leaped away from the explosion. Though her machine was in pieces, Scarlet herself was unscathed. Reen had saved her. The group breathed a sigh of relief. His relief at seeing she was fine was cut short by a family word. It was Crow. Seeing she was safe, he left the group with some parting words of encouragement before flying off. After watching him leave, Reen turned his focus to the fort once more. Okay. Blah blah blah. Duke was arrested. One less house from the Noble Alliance. Crystal was such a place. As soon as they heard Captain Claire's report, Class 7 knew this was the chance they had been waiting for. Going to take back Thors. Bam, 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 bam. What funny to say with customers, you have one more dash, freak the academy itself. Yeah. Arriving on the campus, they were greeted by the upper class student who had been placed in charge of the academy. Led by Patrick, they had named themselves the Order of the Lion. Considering themselves Class 7 revivals, they wished to stake their pride and honor on a battle against them. After a fierce clash between the two groups of students, Class 10 proved victorious. Finally acknowledging Green as an equal, Patrick disbanded the Order of the Lion and pledged the upper-class student support to the courageous. Yeah, they took back doors. Ah! Finale. Having system back the academy, the students time to celebrate. The war itself was reaching its climax, however. As a result, the group received a request from the Imperial Army. They asked them to rescue the Imperial family and the Lees, the noble alliance that had been holding them captive, at the Carroll Imperial Villa. Ba 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 ba. They were alone, however. They were hated in reaching the villa by the Imperial Army's assault on Emdal. They also had the help of not only the upper class student, but all the other students they had recruited during their travels around the country. William took this chance to question her about the possibility of them being sisters. Altena confirmed their suspicions, claiming that the two of them were technically related. Though they were curious about that exactly the pair meant by this, the group priority was rescuing the hostages. Save the sister. Oh yeah, that at the fucking castle. Yeah, I remember that. So they went to the castle. They fought this guy. This guy was fucking powerful, man. Using Valimar to cut their retreat, member of both Ouroboros and Zephyros stood in their way as well. So the students put up violent fights, therefore were just too strong. Well-timed aid from their more experienced allies allowed them to continue advancing through the castle. However, after a long climb, they finally reached the Vermilion Throne, their final destination. Oh yeah, they tried to revive that. Oh yeah, okay. Crow and Vita were there waiting for them, as well as Duke Kiyen and the captive Cedric. Green told Crow about the promise he made to Toa, Angelica, and George, that he'd bring Crow back and make him graduate with them. Though Rin knew full well how unlikely it was, that only made him want to accomplish it all the more. Blah blah blah. So they fought. He told a group of his ancestor, Emperor Orthros, the one known as the False Emperor during the War of the Lions. Kayan's goal was to realize his ancestor's dream and make the country ruled exclusively by the nobility. The group was astonished by his selfishness, prompting Green to respond to the Duke's declaration. Yeah, blah blah blah. So they start fighting. Crow's gonna die. Battle push. Each of them will be on their limits. All except for Sarah, she broke their stunned silence and made the result official. Yep, I think the victor is clear. Battle goes to Rin. After being one step behind for so long, Rin had finally scored a decisive victory over Blow over Crow. The rest of his comrades wasted no time surrounding and congratulating him once he had disembarked Valimar. Crow and Vita accepted their defeat, signaling the Noble Alliance defeat and marking the end of the war. Or rather, that's how things should have gone, if not for a certain individual who refused to accept this outcome, forcing the captive Cedric into its core. Duke Kiyen revived the entity responsible for the calamity 250 years prior. The Vermilion Apocalypse, it drew its power from the Vermilion Knight and the member of the Arnor family house within it. Once the creature was freed, it wasted no time draining mana from all across the Empire. Thinking quickly, Vita activated a barrier that prevented Class 7 from suffering the ill effect of this power, but it was only a matter of time before the apocalypses overwhelming power broke through it. It was enough time for Crow to devise a strategy, however. Having Vita enchant his weapon, he dealt a significant blow to their foe, giving Class 7 an opening to rush in. Each gave everyone's a power in them to stand up to such a fearsome monstrosity. And after fighting it off for long enough, both Valimor and Ordine had recovered enough to join the fray. Their target was now the Vermilion Apocalypse's core, where Cedric was being held. Crow took it out upon himself to draw the Vermilion's Apocalypse's attention in order to give Reen an opening. Doing so, however, he allowed it to deal a blow that pierced Ordine's chest. Reen was shaken by the sight of this, yet Crow's words of encouragement were all they needed to close the distance to their target. After a mighty blow, he had succeeded in ripping the monstrosity core from his chest. The creature bellowed out in agony before fading away for good. With that, Imdal had been saved from impending disaster. Cedric himself was safe and sound, too, which came as a huge relief to the group, but it wasn't long before they noticed Crow wasn't with them. They turned their attention to Ordine in search of him, only to see the Divine Knight had fallen to its knees. A pallid Crow emerged from within, clutching at his chest. Rushing to his aid, the group realized he had suffered a wound identical to Ordine's. Emma and Celine tried their best to heal him, but it only delayed the inevitable. As his life slipped through his grasp, he apologized to Reen for being unable to keep his promise to Towa and the others. He also gave parting words to each member of Class 7. And with his final breath, he asked that they live their lives with hope for the future. His last moments spent with his dear friends, he was able to pass in peace. He fell silent, leaving only the tearful sobs of his friends to echo through the halls. Yet before they could even recover, Duke Cayenne let out an enraged bellow. In a desperate final bid for victory, he held Cedric at knife point. Vita, less than pleased with his selfishness, attempted to quiet him by force. But before she could, an unexpected turn of events took place. Someone else dashed into the scene, cutting down Vita's familiar, Grianos without mercy, and attacking the Azure Abyss herself. To everyone's surprise, it was none other than Rufus Albaria. He announced his intent to arrest both Duke Cayenne and Vita for their actions. Those present questioned why Rufus had chosen to appear then, of all times, especially considering the Noble Alliance had already lost. Further, why was he trying to arrest people who were part of his own faction? The questions were answered by the appearance of Lecter and Claire, and the answers would stun all present to silence, especially Juices. Rufus Albaria had in fact been the primary member of the Iron Bloods, an organization under Osborne direct control all along. Duke Cayenne, equally stunned, asked what he stood to gain by revealing this after Osborne's death. He received his answers, though not from the person he expected. It would gain nothing, which is why it's rather fortunate I'm very much alive. The one who uttered those words made his appearance before anyone could truly process what he had said. The man who now stood before them was a man who should not have been alive. The man Crow had shot through the heart, Chancellor Gilead Osborne. All Reen and the others could manage to do was stare in awe at the events unfolding before them. Osborne's survival had been kept an utmost secret, to the point where no one save Rufus had the slightest clue. The mission Osborne had given him was to join the Noble Alliance and weaken it from within. Vita had her own question on this matter, particularly regarding Altina, who had appeared with Osborne. Why did Osborne have full control over one of Ouroboros' 13 factories? What was his plan? Osborn's reply was simple and straightforward. He was going to take over Ouroboros' Phantasmal Blaze plan. Hearing this, Vita asked Irene and the others to take care of Crow before teleporting away. Osborn ordered Rufus to move forward with the occupation of Crossbell and began to take his lead. Irene, however, refused to let him. Running up to him, he let out every emotion he had bottled up inside. Not in regard to any of these developments, but simply to the fact that Osborn was still alive. Why? Why are you still alive? Crow shot you, you're supposed to be dead. But in the end, he couldn't avenge his grandfather, he didn't get revenge on you. Was everything he did was his whole life for nothing? In response to Reen's furious outburst, Rufus informed him that Osborn's actions were tied to him as well. Upon hearing this, a memory buried deep within Reen's mind resurfaced. A memory from 12 years ago, just before he was adopted by the Schwarzer family. Reen, I pray you'll grow up strong and healthy. Oh, Adios, if you're listening, hear me now. Please allow this child. Oh, I forgot it was his son! As Reen stood there, dazed, pondering what this memory could possibly have meant, a ruthless grin spread across Osborn's face. I'm glad to finally see you again, my son. You've grown into a fine young man. Indeed, the Empire will soon know of the Ashen Chevalier, the hero whose brave deeds allowed us to reclaim the capital. And who better to assist me than the national hero? Epilogue, Winter's End. Having carried out his orders, Reen made his return to Trista. Upon arrival at the station, he came across Claire, who had been waiting there for him. As she was a member of the Ironbloods, though all she received from Reen was a cold shoulder, not because of anything she had personally done, but simply due to her relation to people like Rufus and Osborn. Claire herself was fully aware of this and could only see him off with pain in her heart. Reen felt regrets over this, of course, but all he could do was continue walking and leave the station behind. Once he did, a wave of nostalgia washed over him as he looked out at Trista once more. The excitement he felt after he and his friends finally set it free from the Noble Alliance was something he could never forget. And yet, despite all that, despite seeing the welcoming sight of the lino flowers blooming again, he couldn't help but feel cold. Not long after, the rest of Class 7 arrived to greet him. Together, they made their way back to the academy. The war had been brought to a swift close by Rufus' hands. The Noble Alliance had been dissolved following Duke Kayan's arrest, and the remaining nobles made fully aware of the situation in Crossbell. After some persuasion, they had been convinced to throw their support behind Chancellor Osborn for fear of Calvard claiming the city-state for its own. With the country's military united under the one banner, they had marched into Crossbell. Lacking its own military to stand against them, Crossbell fell within a day, which led to the present situation. Aravonia was at peace once more, and thus the member of Class 7 could return to being normal students. They went through their studies and tests as usual, taking care to enjoy what time they still had together as a class. Now and then, though, Reen couldn't help but think about Crow. His friends and classmates had settled on new goals and were each putting all they had towards achieving them. With their final free day around the corner, Reen found himself visiting the engineering building. There he found George and Angelica, who each told him after their plans to travel around the continent. In the midst of their discussion, though, it was clear to them that Reen still felt guilt over participating in a battle over Crossbell. They assured him that he didn't need to feel bad, and that he had in fact played a key role in protecting Crossbell's citizens. Rain could feel tears welling up over their kindness, but he held them back for now. Following this, he paid a visit to the student council room. There he found Towa fast asleep at her desk, having just finished her final duties as president. Green watched her with a smile, thinking back to the last time he had found her like this. Suddenly, though, his reminiscing was interrupted by her mumbling. NG, George, Crow. The final name she uttered caused him to let out an involuntarily gasp, which roused Towa from her slumber. Though unhappy that she was caught sleeping, she could tell at a glance that Rin didn't seem okay. Worried about him, she convinced him to sit down. She told him there was no need to endure everything that life threw at him, and that it was okay to sit and rest if things got too hard. Hearing this, the feeling Rin had been holding back burst forth. He confessed his regret over both losing Crow and breaking his promise to her. Like the others, Towa reassured him he had done everything he could. After letting everything out to Towa, his final walk home as a student of Thor's awaited him. Whether by coincidence or fate, he bumped into his classmates at the gate, and they all went home together. Casting their eyes upward to the falling lino flowers, they thought back to their first day at the academy. The day they spent together since then was truly a treasure to each of them. Their time left together was short, but they will make the most of it. Before they knew it, the final free day had down. Sensing an odd presence at the old schoolhouse, Green made his way over to investigate. The moment he arrived, though, the presence mysteriously vanished. Just then, Pilval, Elise, and Alfin all showed up. Once more, Claire was with them, having come as Alfin's escort. Both she and Reen took this opportunity to clear the air with one another, putting them on good terms once more. As the group chatted away, though, a bell soundly rang out and the old schoolhouse began to glow. The rest of the group rushed over to find out what was going on. The inside of the building had become a boundless corridor, swirling with energy. As Valimar was found in the old schoolhouse, Reen summoned him to see if he could remember anything. According to him, a trial separate from the one they had faced during the school festival had now been activated. Though the particulars of these new trials remained unclear, this was their chance to unravel the mysteries of 1,200 years ago. Once inside, they proceeded through to the end of the massive area. There they fought a white shadow resembling a divine knight waiting for them. Claimed to govern the shadow trial, which was once sealed away, but brought back due to the infernal castle's destruction. Class 7 had previously passed the legitimate trial that led to Reen becoming Valimar's Awakener. According to the Shadow, there was nothing more to gain by pressing this Shadow trial. And yet the group opted to take it regardless. They wanted to do one final act to mark the end of their time together as Class 7. Knowing this was their finale, the group spared no effort in their battle and proved victorious. Upon its defeats, the Shadow dispersed into thousands of motes of light and fluttered down like lino petals. Together, they had cleared another trial. Together, they had created another unforgettable memory. As they celebrated their victory, it finally hit them that this will be the last time they would be able to do so. To everyone's surprise, Milliam was the first to cry. Alisa was next. She went to hug Milliam, which in turn opened the floodgate for the rest of the class. This was the first time the group had let out the emotions that had been building up in each of them. Their sadness over having to split up. The rest of the days before the end of the school year flew by all too quickly, and then it was time for them to depart. Having gotten their grief out of the way, they each faced one another with brilliant smiles. Though they were parting ways, they believed they would one day meet again. Before leaving, though, they thanked Sarah for everything she'd done for them, and teased her for crying in response. With that, It was truly time for them to leave. Each had something he or she wished to accomplish. As they all made their departure from Trista, only Reen remained. Having finished seeing his dear friends off, he returned to the academy. He knew the challenges that lay ahead for him. He would be forced to accept the government's order for him in Valimar. But even so, he had made an important promise with his friends. Filled with determination to keep that promise, he strode forward toward his future. Ah! Finally! Ah! Okay, so that was the first and the second game. Oh, oh shit! That took me 1 hour and a half. Oh boy, oh my god. Okay. I need a little break. Update. Give me a sec. Okay. New game. Built around combat at a satisfying challenge aimed at people used to playing RPGs. Battles are tuned for enjoyable, casual play for those new to playing RPGs. Well, I'm gonna go with normal. And I think you can switch the difficulty if it's too hard. Arabonian Empire, Western Lamar. Pata pata pa. Pata 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 pata. Pata 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 pa. Here, wait. This. Wait, toot out.
Save me! I surrender. Just please.
Nope.
How foolish. Left wing, block B intercepted. Now moving to our next area of attack.
Dead soldiers of a dead land, you have proven your pride. The pages are laid bare. It is up to us to pen their contents. Numerous foes approach. Though they aren't who we foresaw, their skills are still worthy of note. Now, we shall see if they are worthy of our final experiment as well.
What the fuck?
Yes, my lord.
In the name of the Stahlritter, we shall vanquish these foes.
Brr.
They'll learn what it means to fight us, and to come face to face with the strongest in Ouroboros.
Oh, that's our people.
Look at that!
It's a white ion.
That's the successor of the Type Alpha that wiped out Guerrilla Fortress.
As far as I can tell, it doesn't seem like it's functional at the moment.
I say we break it down piece by piece. We can waste it before our precious little Ashen Chevalier even has to lift a finger.
What about...
Have you forgotten our role as the second team?
So what? If he's got everyone's attention already, we might as well. We've got an ace up our sleeve. Now's our chance to finally get a leg up on that Glory Hound.
Glory Hound? He probably put a lot of thought into this, you know.
But it is true he's always rushing off on his own to save the day. Damn it! Now that I'm thinking about it, it really pisses me off!
I do agree to some extent.
I think he's doing a pretty good job, all things considered.
That's just what a real man is like. He tries to be strict, but melts into being oh so sweet. He'll spend hours caring for you before sparing a second for himself. Someone as dashing yet kind as him would make any girl's heart flutter.
What? Speak for yourself.
A player as clueless as him is the worst kind.
Yes. Very well put.
Harsh words, but he does bring it on himself.
Boom, boom!
Again?
They sure like to be flashy.
The intervals are getting shorter.
The battle must be reaching its climax.
Time is of the essence.
Okay. Class 7, let's move out!
Oh, so we're class 7 again? Okay, controls. Camp, quick travel, confirm, cancel, action menu, switch leader, assault attack, challenge to card game, dash. Open save menu. Okay. Go. Oh, we gotta change that. Yep. Setting. Option. Okay. Vertical, inverted, navigation display on, always. Cool. Oh, so we got Juna, got Kurt, Moose, Muse, Ash, Altina. Oh, yeah, that's right. Altina joins. Wait, she's level 35?
My turn.
It's my turn.
I got this.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah!
Can the camera not reset? Oh, thank you. Oh, way better. Woo. Okay.
No way!
Okay. Brave Order? Oh my god, I don't remember. Attack. Ow.
Let's go.
Okay. Craft.
Behold, the dual blades of Vander. Now! I'll end it. Ha! Ragnar, strike!
All right. This is it.
my turn.
Oh, why did I kill this guy?
Very well. Yeah. Now, let's continue onward.
So that was a rough battle for a first one. Okay. Oh, I don't have access to anything? Bro!
We strike.
Yep. Craft. Wing slash.
Strike. Eight's down. Yuna.
Okay.
I got this. You're mine!
It's my turn.
Fire a blue energy bullet in the shape of a bird. Shatter a healing gem to restore health.
Heal our wounds. Sephiral rain.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Here I go. You can't escape. Fire!
Let's go.
I got this. Let's keep moving.
Is it like the first game where we start at the
Start the battle.
Yeah.
I got this. Now, let's dance.
I think it's like the first game where we start like further in the story.
Helio Ray! Sweet dreams.
Nice.
It's my turn.
Fuck, he's gonna break me.
Let's go.
Okay.
Yes. Heal our wounds. Sephiral rain.
Thank you.
Thanks. Here I go.
Very well. Behold, the dual blades of Vander. Now! I'll end it. Ha! Ragnar, strike! Now, let's continue onward.
Okay, can I level up? At least?
There.
rest. Okay. Let's save. Wait. Oh, okay, Altina is on support.
They're huge.
Cutting-edge machines employed by the Stahlritter.
One thing after another. What kind of circus is this?
I don't know, man.
An extravagant one with a high price for admission.
Class 7, our goal is to eliminate these targets.
Fire up those combat links. We got work.
Okay, that's maybe a little bit too high.
Yeah!
The voice is so fucking loud.
Be on guard. It's strong.
Okay,
It's my turn. Wide open.
It's mine. Very well.
okay.
It's my turn.
Circular Gale, men step down. But she has boost. No.
Sure.
Very well.
It's my turn. Wide open.
It's mine.
Wait, what?
I was foolish.
I'm going. Heal our wounds. Sephiral Rain.
Thanks.
Thanks.
I got this. Yeah.
Thank you.
My turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
My turn. Yeah.
Keep it up. I'm going. Heal our wounds. Sephiral Rain.
Thanks.
Thanks.
She heal, but she doesn't heal a lot.
got this. Now, let's dance.
This is nothing. Huh. My turn.
Okay. Item.
Huh.
Thanks.
That was not a good heal.
Heal our wounds. Sephiral Rain.
Thanks.
Thanks.
My turn.
Yeah, move. Here.
My turn. Yeah.
I got this.
All right.
Okay, she doesn't like smack. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, switch.
You got this.
I'll handle it. Now, transform.
Let's go. Yeah. An opening.
Ah, fucker.
I'm going. Yeah. Let's go.
It's mine!
There we go.
You're amazing, Ash.
You just realized that now?
Crap!
They can self-destruct.
Stand back. Clown
She's gonna-
Solaeus.
Yeah, she's gonna shield them.
Thanks. That was a close one.
Thanks, Allie. And Sammy, too.
You're welcome. However, the name's Sammy.
I was hoping we would have a minute to ourselves.
Nah, we're too popular.
So you sensed us coming.
The Stahlritter.
The stout and the sharp.
Hello. We meet again, children of Class 7. I didn't think you'd make it all this way on your own.
Do you intend to overcome certain death without the Ashen Chevalier?
Cute! Now cut the shit!
We know how much stronger than us you are, but we refuse to stand by as you do your bidding.
I respect that fire.
I just finished
I
the
will give
fight.
you my utmost in battle.
You'll do as a delectable appetizer before the main course.
Now, show me your strength.
Can you fledglings handle this?
Ow!
Very well.
Okay, items. I don't have anything for CP? Okay.
There. At once.
Understood.
Yeah. No, it can't be.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Keep it up! I shall go. There.
It's mine.
Yes! Ha! Now's our chance!
It's mine.
Very well. Yeah. There.
I'll assist.
I got this. Yeah. It's down.
Keep it up! Now. I'll support. Arjun heal.
Thank you. Thanks.
There! Yeah!
The true battle begins now.
Very well. Behold, the duel.
Now.
I'm going. Yeah!
There we go. Woo!
What fun.
Indeed. They have quite a bite to them.
They're acting like we're nothing to them.
It's better to assume they're conserving their energy.
Why the hell are you two playing around? Stop wasting time before our main enemy shows up.
Ah, you're here early.
And so ends our fun.
That's the head knight of the Stall Ritter.
Duvalie the Swift. She'll be trouble.
She may be kind of a ditz, but she's fast.
Who are you calling a ditz? Cocky little hatchling. Ines, Enea! We'll put a stop to them with our Radiant Star formation!
Very well.
Don't hate us for what's about to happen.
It's just like before.
Oh, so we ain't gonna encounter them also?
That the best you got? Bring it on!
Prepare for...
Not so fast.
Hey, Milliam! Sarah!
Goodness!
Sooner than we expected.
Oh, it's Reen!
We made it.
Excuse us. Oh,
Fuck, Sarah's hot.
How am I not surprised?
She's also
Told
fucking
ya.
cool.
Glory hound.
Instructor.
Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be in the left wing?
The paths meet up here, so we decided to see how things were going for you.
Seeing all the paths firsthand, I understand why they call this fortress
Is
impregnable.
this Julius?
Leave them to us. We're almost there. See you again at the tower. Yes, instructor.
thank you.
I wonder how long.
Just be careful.
I wonder how long it was after the second because they look all grown up.
Charging headfirst into your graves, are you? Don't say I didn't warn you. If you're insistent on challenging our lord, I will cut you down right here and now! 2 arms! Class 7, Ashen Chevalier!
Are we doing this? No? Oh, okay. Neon Falcon Presents. Okay, that was a nice introduction. It's kind of a a new tale of the Erebonian Empire. The Legend of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel 3. Irene Schwarzer, Juna Crawford, Kurt Bender, Altina Orion, Musée Aigrette, Ash Carbide, Aliza Rainford, Machias Jusis Emilium, Gaius Laura and Feet, Emma Elliott and Celine, Olaf Carl Thomas, George Patrick, Aurelia Mikhail Toa, Elise Victor Sarah, Agathe Tita, Randolph and Theo, Oliver Cedric and Alpin, Sharon and Claire, Tita and Rosalie, Valimar. What's up, Valimar? Azur Siegfried, Rutger, nice sword, Lecter and Rufus, and Gilead, Shirley and Campanella, McBurn, oh he's there, Duvalianea and Ines, and Arianod, I don't remember who that is. Man, this game is like playing a fucking anime, it's amazing. It's like you just unlocked the 3rd season. Save. Proceed. 3 months earlier. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, these are some familiar sights. Lamar Mainline Mixed Train via Emdal Central Station.
The next stop is Leaves. Leaves. We will be stopped for...
So Reen is an instructor now. And everybody knows who he is. Oh, what's up? Special freight car. Valimar's there. Yeah, what's up, Valimar? How do you want me to not like a game or an anime when there's a mech in it? Bro, he looks so good.
Have we nearly arrived?
Yeah. Sorry I had to be cooped up in Corellia Fortress this past month. And I'm sure this isn't exactly a first-class cabin either.
Not to worry. This is something that needed to be done. While resting, the drain on my energy is insignificant. Besides, If it will reduce the burdens you shoulder, I am more than happy to comply.
Bro, I'm so happy I don't have to read everything.
You know, I'd think there was a human in there if I didn't already know that was you talking. Thanks, Valimar.
You are welcome.
Is this it? Aha, sure is.
For crying out loud. I don't know what all the fuss is about. Do they really need us to supervise unloading this junk?
Huh?
Picture that going through a landing port.
Wow.
I'd heard about them, but seeing one up close is wild.
Wonder what they're doing here.
A 7 ards tall humanoid weapon. Panzer Soldats or something, yeah?
No, I don't think so. Oh, this is the Ashen Knight, isn't it?
Get out of here.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I wouldn't have expected a civilian to know that, much less someone from outside Erebonia.
Let's just say I'm a little interested in things like this.
A little? Your whole family goes nuts for this kind of stuff. But how'd you know we're not from around here?
You have just the tiniest sliver of an accent. I'm guessing you're from somewhere down south? Liberal, maybe?
Is it that easy to tell?
Bingo. So what? That makes you the Ashen Chevalier?
Yeah, I'm surprised you knew that too.
Schwarzer, are you back here?
Oh shit, I recognize his voice. Is that Patrick? Yeah! Bro, I recognize this voice anywhere.
We'll be arriving in 5 minutes. Are you prepared?
All set. I'm good to go whenever.
Sorry for holding you up. We gotta get ready ourselves.
That's right. Thanks for talking with us.
Who are those two? They didn't appear to be your everyday civilians.
They're from Liberl. I guess they're getting off soon too. Something tells me I'll be seeing more of them at my new job.
Oh, is that so? I admit, I have heard the rumors.
Now arriving at Leave Station. Leave Station. We will be stopped for 10 minutes to unload cargo.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave.
It would appear little has changed. The Ashen Knight is as beloved by the masses as ever.
Well, I tried to lay low this past year. I've turned down all the interview requests I've been bombarded with.
Oh, so it only has been a year since last game?
It's little wonder then. For a young hero like yourself, such actions only serve to grant you an irresistible air of mystery.
Look at them. It almost feels like, I don't know, 5 years maybe went by.
The rumors of your role in the Northern War have, by this point, far outstripped the truth. My apologies. That was a regrettable slip of the tongue.
No, it's all right. It's just something I'll have to deal with. Thank you, Patrick. For the last 2 years, you've helped me out more times than I can count.
Okay, so has it been a year or 2 years now?
Well, that was sudden.
I'm gonna...
I've simply been performing my duty as a member of the glorious Class 1.
I'm happy that Patrick is now a good guy.
Of course, I
That
could
he had a
spare
change
some
of heart.
consideration for a hapless classmate with barely enough attendance to graduate.
True.
One who has unreasonable tasks thrust upon him on a near daily basis, yet somehow manages to triumph regardless.
Okay, enough with the praises.
You said I was sudden. You're serving as the deputy of the Marquis's family in Ordis now, right? I'm sure that's no walk in the park either, but I know you'll give it everything you've got.
But of course, there's no way I can allow us to fall behind House Alberea. I recommend you do the same for whatever may come at your unique new workplace. And seeing as she is not so terribly far, do be sure to keep in touch with Lady Elise. Perhaps you might even put in a good word?
Thanks again for all your help, Patrick. But that's an entirely different matter. Take care. Hope to see you again soon.
Later, Patrick.
Indeed. Oh yes, it nearly slipped my mind. About that pledge Class 7 made 1 year ago. I hope to see it come to fruition.
Okay, so it was 1 year ago.
Oh. Yeah, I hope so too.
I don't remember what it was. Sorry, Patrick, I forget. I'm a bad friend. Prologue, a spring once again.
Well, here I am.
Oh shit! That brings back memories. Who leaves Emdal suburbs?
I've never been to the suburbs west of Heimdall before.
Really?
Almost reminds me of Trista. There are even Lino flowers blooming here.
Oh, it looks like Trista, but it's not Trista, it's Leaves. Okay. So we're in a new region, right? That's cool. So does school have a new branch or something?
Trista and the academy. I wonder how everyone who's still there is doing, and how Principal Van Dyke is after he returned to active duty. I never would have dreamed something like that would happen. That must be it there. I can tell it's brand new even from here. They said they'd take Valimar to the hangar on site.
Wait, is that a new school? Ray? Who's that? Down there. It's Toa.
It really is you, Rain. Wow, the magazines don't do you justice. You look so mature now.
I know it's only been a year. Even I can fucking like realize that. It's insane.
Did you get taller too? I almost didn't recognize you.
And I think, Toa, you forgot to grow up.
Toa?
Even though she was like older than me.
Oh, did you not recognize me either?
Yeah, you changed so much. Toa Urshel.
I definitely haven't gotten taller, but
Nope.
I'm hoping my new work uniform adds some womanly charm. Oh, or maybe shows that my figure's filled out a little bit more.
Did it? I think you'll get more hips. You're still flat as fuck though. But that's not a problem. I mean, everybody today got their own shit.
It's just, well, we haven't seen each other in a while, and I could never get a hold of you. Then you just show up out of nowhere, dressed for work, in the same town I'm about to start work?
Coincidence? I think not. She probably asked for it.
I never imagined we'd end up working at the same place.
Sorry, I didn't mean to surprise you. I thought you already knew.
Well, a lot happened before graduation. And after it.
Wait, give me a sec. I need to check something. This... How old is Ring? So in Cold Steel 1 he's 17, in Cold Steel 2 he's 18, and now he's 19 and between 19 and 20. Okay. Oh, that, no wonder why he looks so tall. What about Toa? I know she was older than Ring. She was 18 in the first game, and in the third and fourth game she's 21. So the third and fourth game is in a span of 1 year? Oh, and she's in Trails Through Daybreak? 2, the second one, and she's 23. Oh, so Trails Through Daybreak 2 is 2 years after the... Oh, okay. Oh! Cool. I can't wait to get to that game.
I'm sure you've heard all about it.
Of course. It was actually one of the reasons I decided to come here. But it sure was a nice surprise to hear you'd be joining me.
Same for me.
Well, anyway, congratulations on graduating, Rain.
Thank you.
I'm sure there are plenty of other people who want to say that to you. But I figured I'd do it before anyone else.
Thanks, Toa. Wait, do you want something more professional, like Ms. Herschel now?
Don't worry about it. Toa is just fine.
I mean, after everything we've been through.
Remember what I said when we first met? There's no need for formalities with me. Miss Herschel is awfully tempting, though.
She hasn't changed a bit. So, Toa, you've been here a little while now, right? What's our new workplace like?
Well, I'm sure they told you a bunch of different things when you accepted your position. But I think this job is going to turn out to be a lot more difficult than you expect.
What? Why?
Will it? I've been mentally preparing myself for the worst. I just hope I'm ready. Have you already met all of our colleagues?
Yeah, we've all met. You're the last to arrive. I'll introduce you to them. But brace yourself, okay?
For what?
I feel like the butterflies in my stomach have turned into stampeding rhinociders.
It's okay. I'm in the same boat as you. Let's work together as fellow graduates of Thors and get through this.
Roger that. Oh, we're here.
Yay, the new academy. Thors Military Academy Branch Campus.
The color's different, but it's nice they kept the horned lion crest.
This is the main entrance to our new workplace. Welcome, Rean, to the newly established Thors Military Academy Branch Campus in Leaves.
Yay! Yo, it's basically the same thing. Oh, they have one of those too? Tactical conference room. Oh, hi guys.
Rean Schwarzer, welcome.
Major Michael Irving. I think I know this guy.
I am Michael Irving of the Railway Military Police. Branch campus though it may be, I will do my utmost to serve as chief instructor.
Well, well, lucky me. Didn't expect to run into such a celeb at a place like this.
Yeah, that's Randolph.
Name's Randolph Orlando. Got transferred here from the Imperial Army Crossbell Unit.
I think Randolph is one of the main team in Trail to Azure and the other one. So basically, what I'm gonna do is I'm not playing them like chronologically. I'm gonna finish Cold Steel first. And normally after Cold Steel I should do Trails to Ravery, which I have on my PlayStation. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish Cold Steel. I'm gonna come back to Trail from Azure and do the other one from Zero in Azure. Because they are prequel to this game. And after that, I'm either gonna do Trails to Daybreak, which is after everything, or I'm gonna close the game, the story first with Trails to Ravery. I'm not sure. And eventually, when Trails from the Sky, like 1 and 2, the remaster that they're making right now. Remaster, it's a remake or remaster, I don't remember. But it's a prequel to the prequel. This is it. So it's before all of that. We're gonna do that. I don't want to do the old game. I want to wait for the remake. So that's how it's gonna be for the games. So on that note, let's continue.
I've been hearing your name all over lately. Pleasure to finally meet the man himself.
Rean.
Rean.
I'm Rean Schwarzer.
Yeah, Rean know who he is.
Just a rookie who recently graduated from Thor's main campus. Pleased to meet you, Major Irving, First Lieutenant Orlando.
Likewise. It's an honor to be able to work with the famous Ashen Chevalier. But keep in mind, we're not looking for heroics from Divine Knights here. We're only interested in your aptitude as an instructor.
Understood. He's from the Railway Military Police. I certainly didn't expect to find a ranking officer like him working here. Not to mention...
That look tells me you know a bit about my sordid backstory. Been peeking through the Intelligence Division's files, I take it.
Yes, I can't deny it. From what I could tell, it was a pretty complicated situation that sent you here.
Not as complicated as yours, I'm sure.
Anyway, all of us instructors are here now. Major, Instructor Randolph, I'm looking forward to working with you.
Indeed. I'm curious to see what you'll bring here, especially after you turn down a position with us. I've been curious as to why.
Because she wanted to work with Rean.
So you knew about that?
Oh, that's so? You must be better than you look for the RMP to roll out the red carpet. I heard you graduated early. What are you, like 17 or something?
Actually, I'm 21.
What? Nuh-uh. You're seriously only 3 years younger than me?
4 instructors. That's about what I was expecting, honestly. Are we going to teach the entire curriculum among us, though?
Correct. There aren't many students, but it will still require great work on our part.
Yes, sir.
Training, lectures, all manner of miscellaneous tasks. We will, however, receive assistance from the special advisor and the principal.
We have a special advisor?
Is it Sarah?
And what's our principal like?
Well, let's just say that out of all the people in this great big empire, I never thought I'd meet someone quite as intense as our principal.
Really?
Try not to be too shocked, okay? You've actually met her before, Rean.
Thank you for waiting.
Oh, shit! It's her!
Speak of the devil?
It's the mother of the other girl. Oh, no, not even. Oh, yes. Is it Irina? No, it's...
Whatever is that slack-jawed expression for?
That old man is the scientist that helped me for my sword, isn't it? Yeah, G. Smith.
I believe we met during the Civil War. Or have you already forgotten my face?
No, you helped me constructed the sword for Valimar.
Not that I give a whit either way.
Come on, we're almost friends at the end.
No, of course not. It's good to see you again, Professor Schmidt. I've always appreciated how you helped me with Valimar's Tachi.
As I said before, save it. Though my title is Special Advisor, I plan to focus only on my research.
Yeah, that's what you always say.
Do endeavor to make yourself useful to me, Schwarzer. Or should I say, Ashen Awakener.
He was one of Professor Epstein's disciples, right?
Yep.
Or maybe not. You sure he ain't some faker?
No, he's the real deal.
I'm starting to understand why I got hired here in the first place. I never imagined I would meet you here.
Oh, it's been about half a year, hasn't it, Schwarzer? Well, since we've all gathered, allow me to say a few words about myself.
Oh, Aurelia, yeah.
During the Civil War, I was the general of the defeated Noble Alliance. I then oversaw the Northern War, resulting in the annexation of Northumbria. But you may think of me as Aurelia Le Guin, principal of Thor's branch campus.
Thank God her name is Aurelia Le and not Aurelia La, because in French it would have been yeah. I'll keep that to myself.
Rean.
All that packed into one woman. Guess it's not so crazy for you to be here after all, eh, Major?
Principal Le Guin, it's time. Shall we proceed?
Yes, let's begin. Herschel, gather up our fledglings and bring them to the grounds.
Yes, ma'am. I'll see you soon, Rean.
Bah. Alrighty, let's see what kind of guys and gals we got.
Schwarzer, see to it you aren't late.
Late? To what?
To our entrance ceremony, of course.
What? I had no idea.
That would be because we set the date and time without telling you.
What the fuck? Why?
You'll even be meeting your fledglings there. Exciting, no? Show them what it means to be the Ashen Chevalier.
It's starting to seem like the rumors about this place being difficult were exaggerations. Alright then. I should probably put these on.
So it's ceremony time? How many students do we have? Oh, not a lot. They weren't lying about that. I wonder why she's there though. Is this for the same reason as Milliam? Keep an eye on the people here? Or to develop as a human being? Wait.
Oh, that woman.
Isn't she the Golden Rakshasa? And that black-haired guy.
Whoa! He's super famous. Huh, it's him.
Seriously?
Oh dear. How unexpected.
The Ashen Chevalier.
No way.
Are you mad because I kicked your butt?
What?
That girl is...
Yup.
Attention! I will have silence! We will now begin the entrance ceremony for Thor's Military Academy's branch campus. The opening speeches will be omitted. We will begin by announcing class assignments. First, Class 8, Combat Tactics. The instructor is Randolph Orlando.
Right. Step forward when I call your name. Jessica, Wayne, Sydney, Maya, Ash, Freddy, Gustav, and Leonora. You 8.
Next, Class 9, Military Finance. The instructor is Toa Herschel.
I'll call out names now. Sandy, Kyrie, Tita, Louise, Tatiana, Valerie, Muse, Pablo, and Stark. There are 9 of you in total.
Wait. I got no one?
Class 8 and Class 9. Combat Tactics and Military Finance. Then the ones left over are...
Silence! We will now have a word from our principal. Principal, if you would.
I am Aurelia Le Guin, principal of the branch campus. As some of you are new to Erebonia, not all of you may be familiar with my name. That, however, is of little concern to me. A few of you may have noticed already, but I'll spell it out for the rest. This school is a trash bin.
What?
Thor's main campus will be welcoming the Crown Prince this year. As such, it will go through heavy reform. This campus is a place they can toss aside those deemed too troublesome, or those with problematic backgrounds. Just like that, all of you, our instructors, and even myself, are here because we have been tossed aside.
Hey now.
No, Principal Le Guin, that is far—
However, there is a saying, be ever vigilant as though the world is a battlefield. Such a mindset is difficult to learn in times of peace. However, the situation we find ourselves in is a perfect environment for it. Those who lack the resolve to better themselves, to reforge themselves in the fires of adversity, leave now, or you run the risk of leaving later, in Aidios' arms. Very well. In that case, I welcome each and every one of you to Thor's Military Academy's branch campus. Arise, O youth, and become the foundation of the world. I greet you with these familiar words from Emperor Drycles.
Okay, that was one hell of a speech. Brother. Okay, where are my stray cats?
Well, I'm nice and overwhelmed now.
Give me a sec. I just have to... Okay. Is it better now? Yeah, okay. Because my mic was peaking like crazy.
Just where are we supposed to go?
Here. Here. Come see, instructor here.
General, Principal, could I get you to announce the final class?
Huh?
Very well. We'll be picking up after the main campus's classes 1 through 6, with our own classes 7 through 9. The 3 of you make up Class 7, Special Operations. Your instructor will be him, Reen Schwarzer.
Yay! I'm Special Ops, like when I was in school. That's cool. Beep, beep.
Wow! I looked over the blueprints, but I didn't think it'd be this big.
pizza. I'll order pizza. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay. Pizza ordered. Let me check something. Okay. This. Huh.
Don't get so excited. This facility is nothing remarkable. As I explained before, much of your duties will be performed here under my direction. I expect nothing short of raw talent from a Russell.
Yes, sir!
So, she's a student here after all. I could swear I've heard the name Russell somewhere before. But more importantly, Class 7 is clearly no coincidence.
True.
Only 3 students, and she's one of them.
Combat tactics and military finance are undergoing their orientations at the moment. Special operations will be having an orienteering exercise. You must make it through this facility in one piece.
Oh, that again?
In one piece? What does that mean?
What is this building for?
It's called Einhell Keep. It was built in conjunction with the branch campus for testing new methods of training. The interior is fully controllable via Orbal technology and features variable difficulty levels. As for your exercise, you will be combating monsters and such unleashed within the keep.
What?
Monsters? That's a joke, right?
Now I understand. Special operations indeed. I guess this is a fitting enough exercise, given our class's name. And it's not just for my students either, is it?
It helps that you're quick on the uptake. That said, don't assume it will be the same as the Class 7 you were part of. Rather than an experimental clash between social classes, this one will act as an established task force for assignments in the field. And as its instructor, you will have your students see each assignment through.
It's all starting to come together.
Hold on just a second. We did what you said and came here. But what the heck is all this crap? This is just... I mean, no one ever told me I was being put in some shady Black Ops squad.
Your placement in Class 7 is the result of your aptitude test, Cadet Crawford. If you are dissatisfied, you have the option to pack your bags and return to the Military Police Academy.
That's all the way in Crossbell.
I've yet to accept the situation, but I understand it now, at the very least. Can you give us more details?
Certainly. Instructor Schwarzer and the 3 of you will enter the keep and stand by for further instructions. While on standby, they will explain their qualifications as you brief them on the use of the Arcus II.
Understood.
Bah, finally we can begin the trial. Disciple candidate, don't dawdle. Everything must be up and running in 10 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. That's a little different.
Damn. Looks like this school's even more messed up than I'd heard.
I'd prefer if non-affiliates stayed off the premises.
Take it easy. I ain't here to cause trouble. As soon as she's done with her orientation, I'm getting the hell out of here.
Very well. You may have been referred here by the royal family, but don't forget your place. That extends to any actions you and your friends will take in the Empire from here on out.
I'd say that's up to you guys, you know? You got a whole country up to its neck in plots and schemes, and then a screwed up school like this pops up out of nowhere. Really makes you wonder who's pulling the strings around here.
I suppose I should have expected as much from an A-rank bracer.
Oh yeah, that's the thing though. In the remake they're actually making, you're neither a part of the military police or the academy or nothing. You're actually, I think you're a bracer. It's nice to have a story about the bracer too.
A facility full of untested mechanisms certainly sounds like a playground for the professor. So how much do you already know?
Nothing too specific. The above-ground portion is a cube measuring 50 arch on each side. and the below ground area is still being expanded.
Not too specific, eh?
Are the two of you already acquainted? We are. I just had no idea she'd be one of my students. But that's neither here nor there. Let's start with introductions while everything's being prepped. I just got here earlier today, so I'm sorry I haven't had time to speak with you two yet. I'm...
Why even bother introducing yourself? We all know you're Rean Schwarzer, the Ashen Chevalier. The big hero who put an end to the Erebonian Civil War when he was just a student. Not to mention the occupation of Crossbell. I'm sure everyone in Erebonia knows who you are. Probably everyone in Crossbell, too.
In addition, you resolved incident after incident across the Empire as part of your schoolwork. Then, during the Northern War last October, you worked alongside General Le Guin and Brigadier General Bardius to annex North Ambria.
Le Guin? Like, our principal?
Yeah, like our principal.
Wait, what? And he helped occupy North Ambria?
That's erroneous. The actual circumstances were...
You're both very well informed. Though, calling me a hero is a bit much. I'd still like to say a little bit about myself. As you know, I'm Rean Schwarzer. I'm a graduate of Thor's Military Academy's main campus. I got my diploma just last month, and I'm starting as an instructor here at the branch campus today. I'll be overseeing martial arts and Panzer Soldat training outside the classroom. Inside the classroom, I'll be teaching history. That is, of course, in addition to being the homeroom teacher for Class 7 Special Operations.
I'll go next.
Okay.
My name is Kurt Vander. I'm from the capital. I've heard more than just the common stories about you.
You're a Vander? That would make you General Zex and Lieutenant Colonel Mueller's...
Mueller is my older brother, and Zex is my uncle. Though I'm aware I look nothing like them, right up to my hair.
True.
Yeah. It's true, he doesn't have dark hair or even a similar build.
By the way, are those glasses fake? They don't look good on you at all. You should probably get rid of them.
What? How dare you?
Oof.
Fashion is clearly not their intended function.
All right, I get it. They don't look good. No need to rub it in. Nice to meet you, Kurt. You're up next.
Fine. Oh, brother. I'm Una Crawford. I transferred here from the Crossbell Police Academy.
Crawford, that does ring a bell. Let me a sec. Okay, she's in Reverie and CS Cold Steel 4. Ken Crawford, Lena Matthew. Crawford is ringing a bell. Matthew Crawford. Lena Crawford. thought they were in Azure and Zero.
And honestly, I'd rather not be here. But if that's how it's gonna be, then I'll just have to make the most of it.
Ah, Crossbell. I had my suspicions. So, when you say police academy, you're talking about the military police academy, right?
There was no military slapped on the name before the annexation. You guys are the ones who changed it.
Give me a sec. Okay.
Are you saying I can only call it by the official name the great and powerful Erebonia has blessed it with?
Yes.
No, that's not what I meant. Sorry. I was being insensitive.
Yeah, Ring, come on.
Well, I might have overreacted. But I still don't accept that name.
Okay.
Yeah. That's completely understandable. Hmm?
I'm less than. Altina Orion, formerly part of the Imperial Army's Intelligence Division.
Isn't that classified?
My affiliation with them ended upon my enrollment here. On paper. Please, think nothing of it.
I feel as though I've just heard something I shouldn't have.
The Intelligence Division is pretty hardcore, isn't it? Hold up! What do you mean, on paper?
Slip of the tongue. Oops.
There's that snark.
Thank you for waiting. Preparations are now complete for the Level 0 Einhell trial. If you haven't already, please set your Arcus 2s now.
Nope. We're back. My food's arriving. Okay. Food is there. Let's wait a bit for it to cool off. It's already hot.
Is that the girl from earlier?
I was under the impression she was a student like us.
Understood. Give us just a moment. Each of you were given one of these, right?
Ah, that.
I was sent one, but I haven't turned it on yet.
It's a battle orbment. Normal battle orbments are personal devices that link with their user and can produce a variety of effects. They can improve your physical abilities and allow you to cast orbal arts, among other things. But this is the newest model, the Arcus II. It has a few additional functions.
Interesting.
It's a little different from the Enigma models in Crossbell.
To be precise, they are the product of a collaboration between the Reinford Company and Epstein Foundation. I assume these models are combat ready?
Yeah, I'll explain how they work. Now, each of you take one of these.
We get Master Quartz?
The Enigmas did have these.
The basics should be the same. Go ahead and set your Master Quartz in the central slot.
Yes, sir.
Here?
I should set mine while they're at it.
Orbments! General term for mechanical devices that extract orbal energy from septum and use it to generate magical effects and enhancement. Battle Orbments Arcus 2. Personal use device. Okay, same thing. Special kind of quartz which can be set into the center of the new Arcus 2 battle orbits. These quartz are stronger and more capable of their current star objective is always displayed. Ba-da-da-bum-bum-bum. Okay.
Whoa!
I can feel it working.
Now that you've set your Master Quartz, you're synced with your Arcus units. You should be able to notice a significant difference in combat.
All right.
Okay, now this is new.
How long do you intend to keep me waiting?
As long as I want.
Sorry, Professor. We're ready.
Then let's not waste any more time. Level 0 begins on floor B1. The trial will be considered completed once you return to ground level.
Professor, is it that red love? Sir, you shouldn't use that.
Oh, don't act like you have a lick of common sense. You're Albert's granddaughter. It's time we saw what Class 7 Special Operations is made of. I'm curious to see if you can survive with a passing score.
Hey, watch the floor!
Huh?
What? Right yourself and brace for the landing. Altina, you?
Clown Soleus.
Never mind.
What happened? I remember that professor talking, then the floor opened up?
Yep.
It was Yuna, correct?
Oh no, not again.
Huh?
My apologies, but if you could move. It's not that you're heavy, but I'm having trouble breathing.
I mean, that's a good way to die.
Well then, history repeats itself.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
The floor appears to be padded, so bruising should not be an issue. How strangely like the obscene positions you often find yourself in, Instructor Reen.
Please don't say things that'll give people the wrong impression. Oh, wow. I'm surprised you're already calling me an instructor.
That is your current designation.
Don't hit him.
I assure you, I didn't intend for this to happen. Then again, I suppose intent is irrelevant. I won't make any further excuses. You may hit me if it'll make you feel better.
Oh. Well, kinda handled that much way more efficiently than Reen did.
How very admirable of you. You being so calm about it just pisses me off even more.
Why would you be pissed off? You're the one who fell onto him. It's your fault. Stop acting like a brat.
So I think I'll take you up on that.
And he's gonna dodge. No? I would have dodged.
Erebonian boys are just so... Ugh!
I do not believe his nationality was a factor.
You were just a little unlucky.
Not unlucky. I lacked the expertise to make a proper landing. That resulted in embarrassment for one of my classmates. I admit my fault.
Sorry about that.
I see. He's so mature for his age. Well, minus one stinging cheek, the three of you look fine to me. So, it's time to begin storming the keep. But first, I'll need each of you to show me your weapons.
This whole thing is a joke, right? Do we really have to play along?
No, it's not a joke.
I know the professor, and he isn't the type to joke around. He's serious about measuring each of our abilities. I want to learn everyone's combat styles so we can work together and get out of here safely.
Understood. These are my weapons.
Two swords?
That takes skill.
You're using the Vanderschool's dual blade style then. I knew of it, but I've never met a practitioner.
I admit our greatsword style has far more notoriety. But that style also requires one to be born with a broader physique. These blades are better suited for the likes of me.
I didn't realize. Well, Yuna, how about you?
I'm still not down for all this, but I get it. This is a military academy, so here you go.
Another dual wielder.
You use side-handle batons?
They look a little more complicated than that. What are they exactly?
These are gunbreakers. Special tonfa with guns installed. Developed by the one and only CGF. They can switch between melee and mid-range firing.
An intriguing weapon.
Crossbell Guardian Force, right? If I recall, First Lieutenant Orlando was once part of it. He'd left long before the occupation disbanded them, though. Good to know. We'll see how well they work in action today. You do seem to know your way around them.
Of course I do. I trained with them at the police academy. And they'll be way more useful than a couple of weapons as old as the Great Collapse.
We'll see where everyone stands once we've engaged in actual combat. You're up next, Altina.
Understood.
Hold up. There's something I've been wondering for a while now. Who let a kid enroll at a military academy?
I've been curious about that myself. She claimed to be with the intelligence division, but surely she won't be joining.
Well, personally, I agree, but...
There is no need for concern. My physical age is approximately 14 years old. I am no small child.
Physical age? No, you're definitely small.
I also have my weapon, the basis for my admittance into the intelligence division.
What the hell?
This explains that black shadow I thought I saw earlier.
Clown Soleus, a combat shell. The latest version of the line of special weaponry. Further details are classified. Suffice to say, it will contribute to our overall fighting strength.
Are things like that normal in the Empire?
Of course not. It's my first time seeing something like this, too. The Golden Rakshasa, the Ashen Chevalier, and even a girl like her. What manner of place is this branch campus?
I don't blame either of you for having questions, but we can save them for another time. By the way, this is my weapon.
Of course. The Tachi is used by students of the Eight Leaves One Blade School.
Just like back then. I mean, it's just like the sword Arios used.
Right. It's not an Imperial-style sword. It comes from the East. I guess the Divine Blade of Wind is pretty famous in Crossbell, huh?
A lot happened, but he still has plenty of fans. Even when a certain empire has made him a wanted man.
Yeah, I suppose so.
There's a lot of resentment here.
That covers everyone then. Let's be on our way. We're currently on floor B1. If we make it back up to ground level, this little trial will be over. I'll give you some tips along the way on combat, how to use arts, and your Arcus units. Follow me, and proceed carefully and deliberately.
Okay, let's...
I'll give it my all.
Commence mission.
Okay. You can open a notebook by pressing select while in the field or on the main screen of the camp menu. The notebook will automatically record information on a variety of subjects, and more tabs will be unlocked as the game progresses. In the main tab of the notebooks, you can check your overall rating. The navigation log can also be found there. The minimap. Party order. You can change the party leading. The character by L1. You can use tactics section in the game.
The entrance is right over there. Let's move out as soon as we're ready.
Yes, sir. What the heck is all this? It's my turn! Yeah!
Let's go!
Yeah. Ha.
Now, yeah.
It's my turn.
Okay. So I got a cure, got firebolt, needle shot, airstrike, and classic, dark, and silver. Tactics. This. Can I set the links? No. Oh, I can't link yet. Let's save. Oh. Everyone stop. The monster. Right from the start. Can't believe you're seriously releasing monsters down here. Instructor Reem, what are your orders? First up, I want to see each of your battle skills. Everyone prepare for battle. Wait, are you really gonna make her fight too? I have no issue with combat. Don't worry, I'll back you guys up. We're going in now. Stay focused, everyone. I'll show you just what I'm capable of. You can press X to attack enemies on the field. Attack from the front will cause an enemy to pause briefly, but if you land an attack from behind, the enemy will be stunned for a set time. Some enemies can be stunned by attacks from the front. Double advantage. Walk into a stunned enemy. Each ally also gains CP plus 10. Advantage. Walk into an enemy from behind. Allies take their turns earlier than they ordinarily would. Standard. Walk into an enemy from the front. No handicap or bonuses. Enemy advantage. Enemy walks from behind. Okay. Once you accumulate enough assault point, you can press R2 to activate an assault attack. Unlike normal field attack, assault attack will trigger a battle on it, allowing you to begin encounter with a surprise attack and maximum advantage. Okay. So I can do this.
They're in disarray.
There's nothing new.
Very well. Strike!
All right.
Gunner mode.
Set gunner. Ah! Nice. We did it.
I always found it funny when they make it like that. Like Reem got maybe 2 years or 3 years of war experience. And he's only level 7. And the others are brand new, and they are only level 3. There's 4 levels between them. Dude, not bad for a first battle. The one hurts, right? I'm unarmed. We're fine, bud. Altina, right? You're not bad. You are correct. I can't keep up. Still find it hard to believe that such a thing as combat shells exist. It seems like she's very skilled at controlling it. Not much is true. When it's also true that she's younger than the two of you. You both seem experienced in combat, so I'd appreciate if you could support her. I plan to do that from the start anyway. Doesn't seem like the monsters will be too much of a challenge, so we shouldn't have any problems. I'm sure Crossbell's cutting-edge weapons will show their worth eventually. You have a difficult year ahead of you. Don't talk like it doesn't involve you. Come on everyone, let's keep moving. The battle tab is unlocked. I already know all of that. Wait, we started school on a Saturday? That sucks. Is this a Norman charging station? That's right. If the thing gets a bit too dangerous, we should come back here to rest up. Norman charging stations like this are found in particularly dangerous area. Inspecting it by pressing X and choose rest will allow you to recover HP and EP. An insect monster. Looks like it's got a pretty hard shell. Seems fairly agile too. Enemies with either of those characteristics are best dealt with by using hearts. That's exactly right, Kurt. Let's try it out.
Sit! Sit! I'll show no mercy.
Fireball.
It's my turn.
Needle shot.
Now. Charging.
Let's go. Arcus, activate. Yeah.
Bam.
Let's go.
Ha. Yeah. Targets eliminated. Move out.
Nice. Already getting you materials? That's nice.
I found some treasure!
No, you didn't. I did. Seems to be a quartz. Yeah, one of us should set it in their orbit. Well, obviously. There are several varieties of quartz that can be used with Arcus 2 orbits. Yeah, Tinosh is more of a how about she can? But you got a green one. Another new enemy. It's a bit tiresome having to deal with them all. I think it's finally my time to shine. Ah, the Gunbreakers. We're finally going to see what they can do, I take it. Here's hoping they'll live up to all your boasting earlier. Oh, they will. Just you watch. Strike and pierce. Okay, and these ones are
there.
Not pierce. Break occurs when the enemy break gauge is reduced to 0. This will disable the enemy for brief duration.
Very well. I'm up. Get back.
I shall go. Targets eliminated. Move out.
Well, how's that? Their suppressive fire capabilities are impressive, but the trade-off is that the gun function lacks the same power the batons have. I suppose it's all about how you use them. They're very versatile weapons. Agreed, honestly, they are more impressive than I'd imagined. Ah, so you admit it. I was speaking strictly about the weapons. Their wielder is a separate matter entirely. Tell me, does one of your fancy sword moves involve pulling your head out of your ass? Now, you two. Cool.
Sit. Ha! Ready.
Treasure located.
Firebolt R. Attack R. Power. Oh, it's the same thing? Is it gonna change it? Like power it up? No. Okay.
in disarray. Sit! My turn. Ha!
It's my turn! Set! Striker! Ah, ah!
I shall go. There.
Let's go.
I wonder if I can break them.
My turn. Behold the Vander style.
It's not giving you a lot of experience. Oh shit! Cool. That's no. Nice. Okay. Oh, a tail too? Oh, nice. That's from Lloyd. Oh. Nothing? Of course. Okay. Store, okay. Dragon incense. Okay. Relaxing. Hero down. battles. Okay. That's a big one. There's another big one. So I think now would be a good time to try Combat Link. Agreed. This will be my first time trying them out. So it's exactly like the exactly like the let's go like this. I'll just take this. Okay, Bill's taken. Bam!
We strike!
Link attacks. Performing attacks on certain craft gives character a chance to unbalance enemies. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Powerful Link attack, which consume the bravery points. Yeah, I know. Already know that. Items.
Yeah.
Pierce. Yeah.
It's my turn. Set, gunner. Our chance.
An opening. It's my turn.
Oh, I'm already at. Okay.
Get back! It's down! Yuna, now!
Yes!
My turn.
There we go.
There!
I'll assist. I shall go. There. Now.
It's mine!
Here I go!
Let's go! Ha! All right, nice work.
All right, nice work. And I wonder how next week, man, or this next week is gonna be 35 outside. Not bad. You guys got it to work. So that was a combat link. Felt like I was completely in sync with everyone else. It appears we will have no issue looking forward. Yeah, combat linking will be very important for our upcoming battles. Try to use it as often as possible so you get used to the feeling. Yo, I can't. getting too hot. Okay, I'm gonna stop this right now. It's getting too hot, man, in the room. Okay.